中巴转动世界球童 ，Join Billions Uniting the World。女士们、先生们，这里是列百文坛一乔氏杯2025中式巴球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛，国际及港澳台地区第2阶段胜部第3轮1至8组11场，败部第4轮1至8组12场的比赛现场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Liberal and Close Joy Cup 2025 Heyball Masters Super Tour Nanning Station。首先，让我们有请运动员、裁判员入场。First, let's welcome the players and referees to enter the field. (2号台 Table 2， 由来自英国的马修·塞尔特对阵来自蒙古的恩·铁木真，裁判员刘媛媛。4号台 Table 4。由来自印度的阿努杰·乌帕尔对阵来自中国台湾的刘正杰，裁判员杜立新。6号台 Table 6， 由来自蒙古的敖巴森道尔吉对阵来自俄罗斯的伊万卡科夫斯基，裁判员何秀红。8号台 Table 8， 由来自英国的加雷斯·波茨对阵来自中国香港的刘尚熙，裁判员李亚帆。10号台 Table 10， 由来自巴基斯坦的阿凡达德对阵来自马来西亚的里莎哈山，裁判员李勇。12号台 Table 12， 由来自蒙古的阿德里格尔湖对阵来自芬兰的金姆拉克索宁，裁判员刘宇。14号台 Table 14。由来自澳大利亚的杰克·麦卡特尼对阵来自印度的西曼舒·贾恩，裁判员杨宇龙。16号台 Table 16， 由来自蒙古的刚·罗伯森·道尔吉对阵来自新西兰的海利·摩尔，裁判员商凯。18号台 Table 18， 由来自瑞士的朱利安·塞拉迪拉对阵来自中国香港的叶剑宁，裁判员田颖。20号台 Table 20， 由来自英国的亚历山大·奥多诺霍对阵来自韩国的朴永俊，裁判员陆月。 22号台 Table 22，由来自英国的杰克·惠兰对阵来自伊朗的希纳·瓦利扎德，裁判员徐景言。25号台 Table 25。由来自印度的西瓦姆·阿罗拉对阵来自菲律宾的丹尼斯·奥克洛，裁判员玉林。26号台 Table 26，由来自英国的迈克尔·汤姆林森对阵来自蒙古的拉德利格尔达莱，裁判员张毅。28号台 Table 28，由来自匈牙利的奥利弗·索尔诺基对阵来自西班牙的何塞·德尔加多，裁判员龚一航。30号台 Table 13，由来自德国的大卫·达纳尔对阵来自蒙古的巴纳仁图雅，裁判员柴新峰。TV 台 Table TV， 由来自英国的迈克尔·希尔对阵来自缅甸的杨少杰，主裁判刘法恒，助理裁判张月秋、佘真真。比赛即将开始，敬请期待。
梁胜杰，你好。请双方选手争夺开球选择权。预备，3、2、1，开始。迈克尔·希尔获得开球选择权。比赛开始，第一局，迈克尔·希尔开球。 10秒，延时。10秒。
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station Super Tour presented by Joy Billiards and Liebe Win Cloth. And what a match we have on the TV table. This is day 5 now, stage 2, 64 down to 16 in the international bracket, double elimination. And on the TV table, Mick, the Machine Gun Hill from the UK up against Phone Minure from Myanmar. Now, these are two players that I assume most of our audience would know very well. Mick Hill, WEPF British 8-ball world champion 6 times, the only person to ever win it 6 times, with his first title coming in 2004 and his last in 2019. One of the most dominant forces of British 8-ball in his time. Goes up against the immovable force that is Phone Minure from Myanmar. He's had quite a few top 16 finishes, 4th in the Zhejiang Super Tour, 3rd at the Grandmasters Finals, 3rd in Tianjin as well. It's always in good form is Phone Minure, putting a lot of work in since he's taken up the game of Heyball. Always an exciting player as well, so this promises to be a very, very interesting race to 13. It is winner's break format. I'd have to say, if things go more tactical, I really think Mick's going to win those frames 8 out of 10 times. Master tactician of the game of pool. Yes, it is played on a bigger table with bigger balls, but at the end of the day, it is a game of pool. Yeah, not there just yet, catching the inside jaw, but at the same time, have a look at where he's put the cue ball. Would have been on the 3 and the 5, but same time, trying to leave distance and not make things easy for Mick Hill. Now, Mick has played quite a few of these tournaments, comes in as a stage 2 seeded player, just like Phone Mint as well. But some could argue that he does get some tough draws, does Mick Hill. I know Grandmasters Finals in stage 3. His first match was against Chu Bingxie on the TV table. Lost that one down to the loser's bracket and had to play against Zheng Kongpang. But relishes those opportunities, does Mick Hill. Now, this is a winner's bracket match. These two players have won their previous 2 matches thus far in stage 2. Winner of this match goes straight through to stage 3 and into the top 32 players left at the tournament, including the Chinese players. That's a cracking pot from that distance. Yeah, the problem is, if you leave him on, he's eventually going to get them. And when he warms up and that back arm starts flowing, very tough to stop Phone Mint. think this is going to come down to the breaks. It is a winner break format. No time limit, but if Mick's at the table breaking, he's going to have to make sure that break is good. Because if it's wide open, he's going to be giving Phone a chance. And as we know, Phone, he has the Chinese break. That very, very powerful break if he needs to use it. Also a player that we've seen put together multiple consecutive break and runs. Very creative, very artistic. Sees the game through the lens of someone who can really put the cue ball anywhere they want to. Yeah, he's got some good pace on that cue ball to leave. Well, to try and leave it on the wrong side of the two. The thing is, with the way Phone plays, he'd be tempted to take this on. But I think it might just be too far past that center pocket. Oh, this is going to come close. This is going to hang. Yeah, it's not the worst result. He's also missed the in-off, which is decent for him. But usually we say that if your opponent only has one ball on the table and you have, for instance, like this, it's 5 playing 1, you should be able to keep the cue ball safe. You should have the tactical advantage. Yeah, you can see what he's tried to play there. He's tried to pot the 2, leave the cue ball safe from the black ball. That is a legal shot if the 2 fell. Can pot your opponent's ball as long as you make contact with your ball first. Hasn't got the snooker completely. There is a gap. Cushion first. And he might be coming into this dead weight just to hold for the black ball to the center pocket. He's got it. It's there. It looks good. Foneman Kjor gets his first point on the scoreboard. He's leading 1-0 against Mick the Machine Gun Hill. This is a race to 13 winners break format, so we will see phone breaking for the first time in this match in the next frame. Yeah, it's just gone almost 20 minutes past 10 in the AM here in China, in Nanning City, China. We hope you guys are enjoying the stream from wherever you guys are tuning in the world and having a good festive period as well. We are looking forward to a great 2026 with a lot more Heyball action coming your way. We have the Heyball World Cup that's happening in Australia very soon. I believe that starts on the 16th of January. And it's the first of its kind, the Heyball World Cup. Top players from each country playing against each other. It's going to be another exciting one, and that will be live on all of our platforms as well. That is a WPA Joy tournament. So, of course, using the Joy tables, the Joy Q8s, steel block tables, clothed with the Lieberwind 8848 cloth. Now, he spotted a ball on that break. Looked to me like it was top right corner pocket, just a 15. Cue ball getting cornered by two object balls there. I don't think he's got a shot on the 10. Possibility to swerve around, maybe go cushion first and into the 10. And if you are just joining us, welcome guys to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station Super Tour. Really do appreciate you guys being on the stream. I'm always looking at your comments also on the YouTube and Facebook stream. So if there are any questions you have about the tournament, about the players, I will try and answer that to the best of my ability. Still open table here in the second frame. Phone could not find a pot after that break. Yeah, and I will be here with you guys for the rest of this tournament until the 4th of January, the final, the day of the finals. That final will be at 2 p.m. local time. And yes, I will be here for every single match throughout the day. It's 3 matches at the moment in stage 2. Once we get down to stage 3, last 32 players total, it will be 2 matches per day. 1 from the winner's bracket, 1 from the loser's bracket. Players who are in that loser's bracket, just like in stage 2, are playing twice a day. So as it is, we do have loser's bracket matches on currently, and they are fighting to stay in the tournament. Players in the winner's bracket, like this match, winner goes straight through to the last 32. Loser will have to play tonight and win 1 more match to make it through. A little bit ambitious with that one. Those object balls, well, the object ball he tried to play off, that's the 13 stripe, was quite away from the pocket. That was not easy at all to get right and judge. It's a bit of a slow start. It is the first match of the day, quite early here. I say early, I mean early for pool players. I feel that's why it's also quite important to factor that into your practice routine. Just try and practice at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. because usually in a tournament, there are times where you are playing first thing in the morning. If your body has never played in the morning or you've never practiced in the morning, you might catch a surprise. This 9 ball does look like it does pass the 5. He should be able to get the cue ball up table and make something happen from here. Even cushion first coming through the 5. Didn't need to. And that's what I also was talking about, playing the different parts of the pocket. He had to play to the left side of that pocket and he played it perfectly. Purposely done to free the 13. Lift himself nicely on the 14, and this is what he does when you give him a chance. Very, very dangerous, his phone Minure. Oh, that was close. That was too close for comfort. He understroked that with the rest. Was a bit worried about overcueing that and going too far with the cue ball. Now the only problem I see is getting onto the black ball. That black ball does not pass the 7 from here. So he has to get down the left side of the table for the black ball into the top right corner pocket. See some of our viewers saying it's 7 p.m. where they are watching. I know in my hometown, I'm from South Africa. So in my hometown, we are 6 hours behind. It should be 4:30 a.m. at the moment. Yeah, he's done well to come nicely around the black ball. That's what I meant. He always finds a path. He's so creative with that cue ball. He knows exactly how to put it where he wants to. Yes, this is a live match, and welcome to To all of you guys from around the world, we really love having you here. I really love having you here on the stream. Thank you for joining me. I know some of you are watching at midnight sometimes, or very late or early parts of the morning. Really do appreciate you guys being on the stream. Thank you guys. So I do see 3:26 a.m. in Nigeria, 2:27 a.m. in England. I mean, it really is amazing to see all our supporters from around the world tuning in, no matter what time it is. And that is a dry break from phone Minure. Look, it's so far, it's not what we didn't expect. We know that if you give phone a chance, he is going to be making those finishes and he's going to be making them look easy. Now what Mick needs to do is make sure the cue ball is tight if he's not going for a pot. With a player like phone, it's got to be very tight. It's got to be very safe. Jump shots are allowed in the game of Heyball, which means you'll see players jumping, potting, making position. So we did actually have a lot of players from Africa in this tournament. We had players from Egypt, quite a few players from Egypt. We had quite a few players from South Africa. I was one of them. But yeah, so far, to me, if I have to look at the draw, I think all players from Africa have been knocked out at the moment. I know we had David Anderson, Richard Halliday, and Jason Theron doing very well in the tournament, as they always do. If you are looking for the draw live scores for the international bracket and the Chinese bracket, we have shared that on our WHT Facebook page. It is on my personal Facebook page as well. It should be one of the most recent posts. You'd be able to see the schedule for the upcoming days. So it's 3 matches today. All race to 13s, no time limit. We have the last matches from the Chinese bracket coming up at 2 p.m. local time. And surprise, surprise, Zhao Ruliang is out of the tournament. Got knocked out yesterday by Jing Zhaohai. Chu Bingjie is out of the tournament as well, knocked out by Tang Shunshao. So who do we think is going to take this one? Gareth Potts is still in. He's in the winner's bracket, playing a winner's bracket at the moment. Arguably the most successful international player to ever play this game. But this is better now from Mick. He's flowing now. He's found a rhythm. And he takes his first point, and that's off the dry break from Phone Minure. Score 2-1 to Phone Mint, but that's a good rack and run. Reverse clearance from Mick.
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
Yeah, Chris Melling didn't make it out here, but understandably, a few of the players didn't come. It is festive period, Christmas, New Year, so you can understand that. So Chris didn't come out. Stephen Ellis as well didn't make it through. Jordan Shepherd also. So at the moment, we do have the last 48 players in the international bracket playing losers bracket and winners bracket on at the moment. This is a winners bracket match. Players have already won 2 matches. 3 wins gets you into the last 32 total. And what I mean by that is that's the top 16 international open draw with the top 16 Chinese players. So I'm going to run down the list of who's playing currently and what round it is. So on table 2, Matthew Salt, professional snooker player, currently ranked 32 on the snooker tour. He's made a few top 16, top 32 finishes. He's currently 3-1 down against Heyball Temujin from Mongolia. What else do we have here? Gareth Potts is 3-1 up against Lau Caden at the moment, table 8. We got Arfan Dad against Mohammad Reza Hassan. That is a tough match. It's 1-1 at the moment. Jake McCartney still in playing as well. Alexander O'Donoghue. Jack Whelan is up against Sina Velazada. The score is 2-1 to Jack. Shivam Arora against Dennis Okolo. The score is 2-2 there. Michael Tomlinson is still in, also dangerous Michael Tomlinson. Oliver Zolnocki against Jose Delgado, scores 2-2. And Yuma Dorna is 2-0 up against Narantuya Bayasakan from Mongolia. Yes, that is Mohammad Reza Hassan from Malaysia. He is doing very well on the Heyball circuit. Another consistent, very consistent international player is Mohammad Reza Hassan. Going up against his good friend Arfan Dad. And that is a winner's bracket match, so both those players have also won their previous 2 matches. Winner of that match goes through to stage 3 in this tournament. At first glance, looks like quite a clever shot with where he's left the cue ball. Potting mixed ball, it's just a loss of turn. And there's not enough space for the 1 to fit past the 14. Now the only real option Mick has is to take the 6 on. Now do you take it off the 12 or do you take it straight into the pocket? He's going straight in, it touches the cushion. And it doesn't go in. Yeah, it touched the cushion about halfway down that right cushion. Now then, it's not going to be easy to get a safe cue ball if he wants to play safe. That 1 is quite open up table in the balk area. Now, although Phone is an international player, he plays through the international group. He is from Myanmar. He spends a lot of time in China, living in China these days, playing in China, practicing in China, playing a lot of tournaments. And that's another reason his game has become so strong and he competes at that level. I mean, a third place finish at the Grand Masters finals this year, that is a huge achievement. Second to Zhang Tai and Niu Zhang, the winner Niu Zhang. Foneman bringing quite a bit of tactical power here as well. So what he's done there by putting the 13 in front of that pocket, he's tried to make things a little bit more difficult if Mick Hill gets onto the black ball. So in the previous round, Foneman had to go through Yip King Ling, won that 13-10. Let's have a look at the break and runs. Only one break and run from Foneman, 3 rack and runs. Mick Hill had to go through Sandeep Gulati from India, 13-6. Mick with 4 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. And let's have a look at their first matches, first round of play as well. Yeah, Foneman went through Australia's Toby Clack, 13-4 with 6 break and runs. Yeah, I can guarantee you a few of those were consecutive as well. And Mick Hill won his match 13-4 with 1 break and run. Now, if we head over to the Chinese bracket to see which players are left standing in that bracket, Jing Zhaohai is still in, has to play later on today in the losers bracket after defeating Zhao Ruliang on the TV table last night, 13-10. Zheng Kongpeng is guaranteed into the last 32. He's through already. Yang Fan has been knocked out of the tournament by Sun Peng. That was yesterday evening. Bo Junjie defeated Wang Sunhua, but she is still in as that was a winner's bracket match. And Niu Zhang defeated Sun Yan in a loser's bracket match, which means Sun Yan is out of the tournament. Sun Yan, our second place finisher at the Baotao Super Tour earlier this year, lost to Chu Bingxie in the final. But Niu Zhang, winner at the 13th Grandmasters Finals, is still in, has to play later today to make it through to the last 32 total. As I said earlier, Tang Shunshao defeated Chu Bingxie 13-10, knocking him out of the tournament. So some huge names out of the tournament. Zhang Taiyi is through to the last 32. Kong De Jing still having to fight through the losers bracket. So is Shen Shenyi. And Chen Siming through also to the last 32. She was our finalist in the Division 1 tour, lost against Kong De Jing in the final. Chen Simming won yesterday 13-9 with 9 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. At one point in time, she was on 5 consecutive. So in these matches, race to 13, there is no time limit on the match, but players do have a shot clock on them. It is 45 seconds per shot and one extension of 30 seconds per frame. So that's where you'll see if they've used the extension already, they'll be rushing around the table a little bit, and there you hear the referee calling 10 seconds. Found a good pot there, has Mick. Can he get on this black ball now from the 5? Yeah, this was the 13 that Phoneman placed in front of that pocket earlier that I said might cause some problems for Mick, but he's going to go cushion first with the black ball. Like that. Look at that. Mick, the machine gun hill, takes his second point. The score is 2-all. What a clearance that was. That was nice. Yeah, played that so well. Played that very well. That was a nice shot from Mick. Yeah, that's Mick sending a message to Phoneman that, yes, I know you can clear, but I can too, and also got some shots up my sleeve. Looking to make that ball in the center pocket usually. But both these players not having the best luck with the break. So after being 2-0 down with a rack and run and then that nice little finish in the previous frame, Mick Hills brought it back to 2-all. As Phone secures solids. Now, although he's potted a stripe as well, because he made contact with the solid first, potted solid, then after that potted the stripe. That is why he is solid, so it doesn't really matter that the stripe fell. And even if he made contact with the solid first, didn't pot the solid and the stripe goes in, it's just loss of turn. To decide your grouping, you have to make contact with that ball that you pot first. I do think the 2 does pass the 10. Bottom end of the table, that's the blue 2 and blue stripe 10. 7 should go in the center, but he's going to have to get into the 6 and 4. I don't think those pot the way they are currently. So high on the 7 will mean he'll nudge the 6 out of the way. He's left himself nicely on the 2 to get himself slightly high on the 7 to the center pocket. This is all about cue ball control. It's actually weird. From that angle, it looks like he's cueing slightly across the cue ball, but I think that's the way he feathers when he delivers. It's obviously straight. Now, did he leave himself enough of an angle on the 7 to just nudge the 6 out of the way? If he hasn't, he's going to have to create the angle by going 7 into 11 outside the center pocket.
10秒。
Yeah, I don't really see much of an angle there. It was just enough, but not enough to move it out the way. And that was the problem. Knowing the way he thinks, definitely the thought did cross his mind to go 7 into 11, create more of an angle and open those 2 up nicely, but was risky, especially since he has seen that Mick is now starting to put the pressure on. He's potted another one of Mick's stripes, and he's put the 14 close to the right side cushion. Mick's not going to be too happy about that. It was the position from the 2 to the 7. Yes, and I did see that that phone was playing snooker recently, so that explains it. I see just one of the comments on YouTube. Phone just finished playing a snooker tournament representing his country in the Southeast Asia Games in Thailand last week. Yeah, he's the kind of player also that you put him on any table and I mean he'll excel at it. That's how he plays. That's the way he cues. His cue action is that good. Also doesn't look to be a problem for him switching, as he did play snooker last week and he's here this week. There's a cracking pot from Mick though, down the right side of the table. That was an absolutely cracking pot. Plenty of cue power, a little bit too much. Yeah, it's unfortunate. He was coming onto the right side of the black ball to play it into the center. That is an unfortunate one. Table back over to Phoneman Cure with a chance. Now, usually, shots like this, he absolutely blasts them in. Back of the pocket. Like that. No rolling. It's always confident striking. Got himself decent position on the black ball to the top right corner pocket. This one's going to sting Mick Hill a little bit. He knows there was a chance there after that 14 down the cushion. That was a brilliant pot to start that visit off at the table. as Foneman gets his third point on the board. It's a good pot on the black ball. Good little pressure clearance from him on those last few balls. He leads 3 frames to 2.
第6局，杨少杰开球。
Yeah, we do usually have a few players from Taiwan here. I know always Shun Fan is here. She's from Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, and she's always at these Joy tournaments. There are a few players from Taiwan that do make it out to these tournaments as well. Excellent players, and play this game to a very high standard, very dangerous. Not the kind of players that you want to be drawn against if you are looking for an easy draw.
10秒，连时。
Do see that Matthew Selt is fighting in that match against Heyball Temujin. The score is 4-3. He's holding him. And Temujin has been on a real flyer in this tournament. He has been playing very well. Always another consistent player, sponsored by Fury, is Heyball Temujin. I think one of the best players out of Mongolia at the moment. Gareth Potts currently 5-3 up against Lau Kaden, Arfan Dad and Reza Hassan. Reza is 3-1 up against Arfan Dad at the moment. Jake McCartney 4-2 up in his match. Jack Whelan is 6-1 up against Sina Valazeda. Yeah, it's a tough angle on the 2 into that top left corner pocket. He's going to be playing this with side to open up the angle for the cue ball. Off this cushion, a little bit more. It's okay. Yeah, I think he got a bit fortunate in the previous frame. The mistake on the positional shot from the 2 and the 7 to break up those 2 balls. He got away with it. Mick wasn't able to take that point. But he can't afford to be giving away mistakes like that. Pot's there, not too lucky with the kiss on the 10. If he misses the 10, he comes around and he's on the black ball to the center pocket. Cut back on the black to the center pocket. He's got the black ball to the top as well, off the 13. As you can see, he's indecisive. It's a tough one to judge. I mean, you're going to the center pocket. It's a blind pocket. When you're down on that shot, looking at the angle on the black ball, you cannot see where the jaw is. It's a referee counting down from 5. And he's made it. You can see a little reaction from him that meant something to Foneman, getting that 4th point on the board. And that's his first break and run of the match.
匠心夺取，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
So far in this match, 6 frames played. We've got 2 one-visit clearances, 1 break and run from Foneman, 1 rack and run from Mick. And it is winner's break format, so Phone stays at the table. And now he might show us how quickly he can pull away. That's if the break goes well. Don't see anything in. Also, that powerful break, when you don't make a ball, you're usually leaving quite an open table. First glance, you see 2 stripes on the cushions. That's the blue 10, 15, which is why he's gone solids. Nice thing about where the 5 is, if he doesn't go into it, it is connected. Can just drop it in, you are on the 4 to the center pocket. But if he's committing to making this clearance, he's got to make it. Foneman starting to gain some momentum. Can't allow him back to the table. Yeah, it's a nice shot getting the 5 out. Did well to actually get the cue ball out of there as well, because he's left himself options still. Yeah, quite a bit of pace on that. He's got a huge bounce off that ball cushion. This cue ball's going to come over to the right side to play the 7 next. Doesn't make sure of the pot on the 3, and that is an unforced error from Mick. And it might be a big one. Yeah, and Mick Hill, you have to remember, is no stranger to the big stages. I mean, arguably one of the most successful British 8-ball players ever. 6 times WEPF world champion. Started his reign in 2004 with his first world title and the last one coming in 2019. The only person to ever win it 6 times, Mick Hill. So when it comes to the game of pool as a whole, comes in with so much experience, so much BMT, so much knowledge.
10秒。5、
That's in, that's played well. And looking at the grain of that cue, it looks to me like when he cues the ball, the cue spins in his hand a little bit, it rotates. And we'll see if we get a close-up of that again. Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. And this is what he does best. He comes to the table and it looks like it's very, very tough. And he's able to take these clearances out like that, and that's why he's such a dangerous player. That's why he's so successful in this game. And to come to the table with 2 cushion balls the way he did, it's not easy. He's taken one on, he's potted one, he's moved the other one, which then became pottable. To get onto the right angle, to have the perfect chance to break that ball off the cushion, not easy at all. And he's made this look way too easy as Minure gets his 5th point on the board. He's leading 5 frames to 2 over Mick Hill. That was a very impressive clearance from Minure. Although Phone's been having a few dry breaks and not having the best opportunity to make those break-in runs that we usually see from him, when he comes to the table, he does damage and he punishes. And that's the reason he's pulled away, and he's pulled a 3-frame gap over Mick Hill at the moment. It's 5-2 after 7 frames played. This is the 8th frame. And we will have a player break, or 8-frame player break after this frame. Makes the 1. Makes a ball on the break this time. See, the 1 goes, yeah, gets kicked a few times, kicked by the 4 last, and then makes it into the top left corner pocket. Almost makes the 4 as well. Main thing for him is he stays on the table. If you have just joined us, this is day 5, stage 2 here at the Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station Super Tour, presented by Joy Billiards and Win Cloth. That is the official tournament equipment that we use, the Joy Q8 tables, steel blocked, and the Win 8848. Best conditions to play the game of Heyball in the world at the moment. So yeah, stage 2, this tournament started off with the international qualifier, 160 players down to 80. Then we added 16 seeded players, 96 went down to 48 in stage 1, and then we added another 16 seeded players. Now those were the likes of Mick Hill, Gareth Potts, Fonement, Michael Tomlinson, Jack Whelan, which gives us 64 players at stage 2, the stage that we are in, and we are playing down to 16 players. Now the Chinese group is playing the same, also down to 16. We take the top 16 players from each group, and that becomes stage 3 open draw. The top 32 players left, 16 Chinese players, 16 international players. There is a draw done before each round. So you'll see at the beginning of the stream, 10 minutes before the match, they'll have a draw on the main TV table before each match. Stage 3, the final stage, 32 players play down to 1. That is double elimination as well. So you do have 2 chances to make it through and make it into the final. The final, however, is single elimination. So even if you are in the final without losing, it is just 1 match. The final will be played on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time. And that will be a race to 23. Prize money for the winner, $277,000 at this tournament. That is 2 million RMB, the official currency in China.
5、4、3。
So another question we get quite often is how can you watch the other matches on at the moment? Now there are cameras on those matches, but we can't put them live on Facebook. Neither can we share those links with you as they are removed off our stream. But I can tell you how to get them though. There is a website called liveqq.com. So it's live.qq.com. If you go to that website and it is in Chinese, you have to translate it using Google Chrome or the browser you do use. Yeah, it's live.qq.com, and it's all live sport from around the world, and you have a look at the top, it'll show billiards, and you'll actually see the streams from this tournament. However, to disappoint you, there is no commentary on the other tables. Which is why you should stay and watch the TV table match. So once again, phone not where he wants to be. Oh. For a moment there, it looked like he played that very well. He did so good to avoid the double kiss. But really, with where he's left the black ball, that black ball is safe. Cue ball can be anywhere on the side of the table. I really don't expect Mick to lose this frame. No way. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to put him in safe. Look at that. Look at the cue ball. Yeah, it does go to 23, race to 23 in the final. Phone just having an attempt at that. He's made contact, legal shot. So at the moment, race to 13, win a break when we get to stage 3, second or third round in stage 3, the last stage. We already go to race to 15, 17, 19, and then the final. Yeah, I think we go straight from 19 to 23. There is no time limit on the matches, so we do hit 23. Confident in his equipment is Mick. He'll play that with a lot of inside English to swing the cue ball down, widen the angle of the cushion. He has changed cues quite recently. I think it's been 3 or 4 months he's changed to Heyball cues. Yeah, I did say when phone didn't get that black ball in that there's no way that Mick should lose this frame. And I'm really glad he proved me right. Mick Hill gets his 3rd point on the board. The score is 5-3 in favor of Phone Minure as we go into the 8th frame player break. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Stay with us, guys.
金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择。欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，罂粟胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。 2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，希尔开球。
And we are back with action in the 9th frame. Oh, he's almost got the cue ball into the center, and then he's made quite a few balls into that same center pocket, raised his hand in apology to Phone. That previous frame before the break, Phone making a mistake on the position for the black ball. Mick was able to capitalize and get that point on the board. The score is 5-3 in favor of Phonement after 8 frames played. This is a race to 13 winners bracket in stage 2. Winner goes straight through to the last 32 in the tournament, stage 3. You did well to kiss that side of the 9 to bring it out towards the center pocket. It's nicely played. He's got a good break. Can he make the most of it? Can he catch up? Still very much in this match is Mick Hill. Phone not breaking well. A few careless errors towards the end of a frame. Didn't want that to roll that far. It's just rolled a touch too far. Yeah, of course, first order of business was to solve that problem that was the 4 and the 5. Going off the 4, carrying into the 5 to get it near that pocket. Shot like that, you're always running into the possibility of even potting that second ball. Now the reason I say Mick wanted the 12 to stop a little bit sooner, wanted to use that to get onto this 13. Now does the 13 pot. That is from where it lies currently. Yeah, deep screw coming down into the 3 and 13. Let's see. He's managed to go into the 3, didn't catch the 13, and from that angle, I don't think the 13 pots. And it looks like this goes. It does indeed. That's a good shot from Mick. That ball was just enough away from the cushion that he could get the pot onto it. Yeah, Mick is fighting. Mick is fighting here. He is not going to let Fonement run away. Not at all. Tell you what, I won't be surprised if Mick starts breaking well and he actually takes the lead and pulls away from Phone. Watch the 3. Oh, the 3 was such a huge blocker coming through there. Didn't pull that cue ball, or didn't punch it wide enough to widen the angle around those 2 cushions. At least into the ball cushion, that would have brought it more tighter towards the 4. Yeah, that's unfortunate from Mick. It's going to be a foul ball in hand now for Fonement. Honestly, don't see him not making this finish from here. Now got 4 object balls on the table before he gets to the black ball. Although the 2 doesn't pot past the 1, you take the 1 first. Take the 5 to the opposite side, then take the 2. Don't even need to take the 5 first when you play it that well. Yeah, and this should be 6th point on the board for Fonement Cure. He's capitalized. And he definitely has. He goes 6-3 up against Mick Hill. That was a chance for Mick. It was a very good chance to close the gap. If he comes slightly in for that position on the black ball, it's there. And he gets his 4th point, but not to be. Fonement Cure 6-3 up with a rack and run. It was his first visit to the table after Mick's break. Yeah, at this level, can't afford to be not getting onto that black ball. Seen even when Phone makes that mistake, Mick capitalizes. And he's just done the same to get that 6 point on the board. Ball potted into the center pocket, and another one into the corner, and another one into the top corner. That's 3 balls potted on that break. 6 into the side, 4 goes into the corner, 13 to the top right. That's a big break. It's, I think, Phone's biggest break of the match thus far. Thing is about Phone, pots a ball on the break, well, he breaks like that, and you just get the feeling that the opponent's not coming back to the table. Now 6 stripes on the table, 5 solids, but it's that 5 ball that's the problem on solids. Firstly, opening pot on solids is not really there, but also it's the only ball that's against the cushion. Watch the cue ball to the center. That was the worry. He should have raised his hand for that one. Little bit fortunate with that. That could have gone wrong. That could have been cue ball in the center pocket. And I would say he's playing into an area, the area around the 7 ball and where the 2 ball is as well. That gap there, yeah, that's the gap he was playing into. Playing into that gap would leave him on all 3 of those balls. If you overrun, you're on the 9. You underrun, you're on the 10 and the 15. So now that you've got the cue ball up into that space, you've got your options. Now still have to still choose your route and shot selection. Yeah, I tell you what, that's a fantastic shot. Most people would have not played that. They would have not played that at that pace, bridging over a ball. They would have played the 10, and they would have had to then go either side of the table for 9 and 15. You know, I feel this game is, it's all about confidence. Confidence in your ability mainly. I don't think it's about playing within yourself and only playing to your strengths. You need to be able to play the right shot, the shot that your mind sees first. And especially on this table, because it's a tough game. It's so easy to shy away from the right shot and play within yourself. But that's not what Phone does. Plays the right shots, the confident shots, and that's how he's able to make those finishes look so easy. Second break and run on the board for Phone Minure as he takes his 7th point. He's 7-3 up on Mick. Yeah, it was brilliant play, leaving himself on that 10 for last as well. Made sure that he's coming into the angle of the black ball. After that, off 2 cushions. Score is 7-3 after 10 frames played. This is a race to 13. And Foneman starting to gain some momentum in this match. That is a dry break this time. And these are the opportunities that Mick needs to take full advantage of. And the next match will be at 2 p.m. That will be from the Chinese bracket. Stage 2 as well, loser's side, which means those players are fighting to stay in the tournament and get into that last 32 total players. And the match after that, our last match for the day, will be at 6 p.m. local time from the international group. And that will be losers bracket qualification also to stay in the tournament and to get into the last 32. Yeah, it's really nice to see Mick when he starts flowing and just plays totally on feel. Not overthinking any of the shots. He's just down, he plays it and working out almost perfectly every time. Not perfect on this black ball. But makes no mistake, Mick Hill with a very quick rack and run to get his 4th point on the board. That's his second one-visit clearance. Yeah, that was record time. I'm sure that was under 2 minutes. Yeah, good stuff from Mick Hill, but now it's his break, winner's break format, and he needs to make certain of that break. Can't afford to keep letting Foneman to the table, especially when Foneman currently has the momentum in this match. That cue ball always going towards that right center pocket, and this time dry break. The break's not working for Mick at the moment.
12局杨少杰胜，比分8比4。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
杨少杰开球。
Now it is Phone Minure to break. He's 8-4 up currently against Michael the Machine Gun Hill in this race to 13 match. Winners bracket qualification in stage 2. He spotted a ball. The cue ball is going very close. Cue ball must have gotten kicked. There it is by the 6 ball. Yeah, it's not an easy opening pot here for Phone. Not at all. That's a tough cut back on the 6. It's, I would say, even a tougher 5 to the center pocket. Oh, what a shot that is. He releases the 4. How fortunate has he been? The 13 looks like it's in the way of the 5 now. Look, from here, the 1 still goes. The 4 goes to the center pocket. If there's anyone that can make a finish out of nowhere, it's Phone Mint. Oh, the cue ball control of that, though. It wasn't the pot, it was the control. With that angle, the cue ball should be running wild. And you'd have seen on some of our previous matches, the players, some of them struggling with the pace. Overrunning position by sometimes 30, 40 centimeters. Then you have a player like Phone who plays very firmly, very confident. It's a very confident stroke always, but somehow always has that cue ball where he wants it. Saw where he pointed the cue, where he wanted the cue ball. Don't think that's exactly where he wanted it. Now, what I thought he could do, the 3 looks like it pots. Could have taken the 3, it'd be on the 7. Then it would actually be tough to get from the 7 to the 5 as it doesn't go past the 13. Yeah, it was a bit of a tricky situation, this one. 13 causing a few problems for that 5 ball. Yeah, what's he going to do now? He's not on the 7. He's got sight of the 3. So the only thing that might save him is Mick's got the 11 on the left-hand side cushion. Oh, what an attempt that was. What an attempt that was. He's tried to cross-bank the 3 past the 13 into the top left corner pocket. I can't believe that. But a good fortune, I'd have to say, where the 3 is and also where the 7 is at the bottom end of the table. It's going to be giving Mick something to think about with that 11 ball. Now, the 11 ball, does it go in off the black ball to the center pocket? It's tough. Because the black ball is more on the side of the table. Not easy at all. Wasn't comfortable on the 14, so rerouting from Mick here. Now what is he looking at for the 11? Is he looking at banking? He's now behind it. He can see if it does go in off the black ball. For that to go in off the black ball, you'd have to just scrape the black ball like that. He plays those shots really well, does Mick. This is good. This is good from Mick, punishing the mistakes from Phone as he gets his 5th point on the board. And that is his 3rd rack and run. So that's off Phone's break. First visit to the table for Mick Hill, and he makes the clearance. That is a really nice one from Mick Hill to get that 5th point on the board. It is 8-5 the scoreline in this race to 13. Eight-5 down. He's changing the position of his break. Is he going? Yeah, it's first ball from the side. And he's made a ball. He's made the 10 into the bottom left corner pocket. What you will usually see in that scenario when you do break from the side like that, it's not the most open table. There are a few clusters always on the table. Sometimes you see most of the balls are on the side where you broke from even. It's looking quite good here in this. He's landed nicely on this 11 to the center pocket. So this slightly awkward ball is the 12 just below the black ball as well. Yeah, he's two minds about this pattern though. Look, if you straight on the 15, you screw back, you on the 9, you push the 9 down straight, and you're on the ball behind the black ball. The only problem is screwing back for the 9. If you overrun that, you're in trouble. If you underrun it, you're in trouble as well. Which is why he's followed it through and yeah, looks to be good. Much better from Mick. This is nice. And that is his first break and run as he gets his 6th point on the board. We have a match on our hands. The score is 8-6. Mick on his way back into this match so far. 8 one-visit clearances in this match. 1 break and run, 3 rack and runs from Mick Hill, 2 break and runs, and 2 rack and runs from Fonement. It looks like if he can pot balls on the break, he can make those break and runs as well. 2 ball was heading towards that corner pocket, stopped by what looked like the 7 or the 15. Yeah, there you see the 2 ball was heading, it's the 15, yep. And that's a dry break, open table for Fonement Cure. Stripes secure. Looking to extend his lead once again. Like, he definitely won't be taking this match lightly, will Phone. He knows exactly what Mick Hill is capable of doing. Needed that to run a little bit more for the 15. Problem is, he's going to have to work the cue ball here to be on something after this. Oh, what a pot that is. What a pot that is. Awkward queuing, having to bridge over the balls, and from that angle of the table, you're bridging over the 7 there. Now those are the shots that are so easily missed on this table. And you have to do anything different, like elevate your bridging, queue over another ball. In any way you are hampered, it makes everything so much more difficult, and those are the shots most people miss. Those are the kind of shots that this man at the table pots with ease. Tells us that the 14 does go by the 6 into the bottom right corner pocket. Now, does he have a slight angle to either nudge the 1 or nudge the 11 out? Best case scenario would be to stun into the 1 and just push it, open the gap for the 11. Like that. And even that, he made it look easy. He was bridging over the center pocket jaw there. A bit of a risky one coming up now. He looks to be playing for the gap to the black ball between 5 and 1. Decided against it. I'm glad he decided against that. That could have gone wrong. And another one visit clearance for Phoneman Cure. That's another rack and run off Mick Hill's try break as he gets his 9th point on the board. Score is 9-6 in favor of Phoneman Cure over Mick the Machine Gun Hill. It is a race to 13 winners break. So far 2 break and runs for Phoneman, 3 rack and runs, 1 break and run for Mick Hill with 3 rack and runs as well. Look, this break of phones, it's not consistent enough. If you've been watching some of our streams on the TV table, you'd have seen some of these players with a 90% plus potting a ball on the break percentage. Problem is, with the break that phone has, is some matches it'll be good, some matches it won't. But it's not often it's at that 90% level, and that's going to cost him against the top Chinese players, unfortunately. I really think that's the only thing that costs him. Because look at the level at which he plays this game. You can't fault him. Plays this game at one of the highest levels. Yeah, not the best end result with the cue ball there. He's going to have to... It's going to be a recovery now. He's not going to be able to work the cube at all, even if he pots the 14.
没有延时。10秒。
Manages to pot that. I can't tell you how difficult that pot was. Having the cue ball so close to the 4 ball, must have been only able to see the outside edge of it. Which meant you're forced to play the cue ball with side. Which, as we know, especially on this table, makes pot automatically more difficult. He's overcut that. He is overcut that. I'm surprised. Usually those are hitting thick. Open the door once again for Mick to get back into the match. He's 9-6 down. It's not going to be an easy one, this one, with the 2 and the 3 behind the 13. Now angle on the 1 to the center pocket. Play the 1, disturb things up table. Had to make sure of the 1. Had to make sure of the 1 ball. As you can see, managed to move the 13. Would have been on the 2 next. Yeah, I think that's going to be a costly mistake from Mick, unfortunately. Two pots away from double digits is Minure. Currently 3 away from Mick, 4 away from the finish line. And this is the 16th frame at the moment, so which means after this we will be having a player break at 8 frames. The score was 5-3 to Minure. Mick was very much in the game at that time. He's tried to hang on, but a few unforced errors has cost him. As Minure takes that 10th point, he's 10-6 up on Mick as we go into the 16 frame player break. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Stay with us, guys.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀。一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、
智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
冠军500万球式大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
交边，乔是官方合作伙伴。冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。
暂停结束，比赛继续，第17局，杨少杰开球。
Back after that player break at 16 frames, the score is 10-6 in favor of Foneman Cure over Mick the Machine Gun Hill. This is winners bracket qualification in stage 2 for a place in the last 32 guaranteed of this tournament. Another dry break. So far, 16 frames played. We have 9 one-visit clearances, 1 break-and-run from Mick Hill, 3 rack-and-runs, and 2 break-and-runs from Fonement with 3 rack-and-runs as well. Now on table 2, Matthew Selt is fighting against Heyball Temujin. The score is 9-all, and we know Temujin has been in sublime form throughout this tournament. That is a loser's bracket match, which means loser goes home, unfortunately. Gareth Potts has won his match, so Gareth is through to the last 32 in this tournament. He's guaranteed a top 32 finish by winning his winners qualification match 13-8 over Lau Caden. Let's have a look at the break and runs. We've had 3 break and runs, 5 rack and runs from Gareth, 1 break and run, 6 rack and runs from Lau Caden. Jake McCartney currently 9-6 up in his match. Jack Whelan 11-5 up on Sina Valazada currently. Shivam Arora from India 9-7 up on Dennis Okolo. Jose Alberto Delgado from Spain 9-7 up on Oliver Zolnocki. And Michael Tomlinson fighting in his match. He is 10-9 up. But back to our TV table action. Mick Hill missing that ball to the center pocket. Previously missed a ball to the center pocket as well. That was the one ball when he was trying to open up things at the top right corner. Yeah, Phone actually has two other names. So Phoneman Cure, that's the name we know him by. He has another name, RT Co. And he has a Chinese name as well, which you would have heard the referee saying. That's Yang Shaojie. So in China, nobody knows him as Phone. Everybody calls him Yang Shaojie. And we are actually surprised that they haven't put that as his name in the tournament, though. But I think it's because all of us internationals know him as Phoneman Cure. Yeah, and we were talking about the break earlier in this. It's not all about power. We've seen that the players who have the most consistent break now in this game, it's not the powerful one. And there again, you could see the grain on that Ashwood shaft. You could actually see it turning when he cues. So when he feathers, that backhand is slightly rotating the cue. When they do show a close-up of that again, just have a look. See if I'm the only one that sees that. But yeah, it is back to that break. It's not It's not the powerful break that's the most consistent one. It's actually the one with more technique, and it's a bit softer. It's almost like a stun into the pack, and the pack just releases. But obviously, you are also relying on the pack being racked perfectly, although we are using a triangle rack, as Minure capitalizes again off that mistake from Mick, and is now 11-6 up. He's just 2 away from the finish line. Very convincing lead for Minure at the moment. Sending a message by smashing that black ball in as well. It's Minure. Wanted the entire arena to hear that black ball hitting the back of that center pocket. Yeah, you can immediately see with the way the cue is going that this is going to be the powerful break. It's a full body. Look at the spread. Unbelievable. And yet, as you can see, a ball still doesn't fall. So no matter how hard you hit them. Yeah, it's another opening for Mick to put a few frames together. It's not too late. This is a race to 13, but there is no time limit on this match. Yeah, it's just not working at the moment for Mick, is it? The positional shot from the first shot in that visit wasn't perfect. It's called his extension straight away. Now players get 45 seconds per shot. One extension of 30 seconds per frame. Right behind the center pocket, watching this 4 go. Yeah, it's not gone according to plan there, unfortunately.
10秒。
Yeah, and from this angle, he can actually get that 5 into the top right corner pocket. Problem is, what do you do with the 6 after that? Can he get in behind the 6, move the 6 from behind? Yes, he can. And once again, look at how unfortunate he's been. Yeah, it's all he got is the 1 cushion escape for the 7. Don't think he's going to be going down for the 6 anyway. Gotten a bit lucky with the cue ball though, has Fonement. Yeah, it was a great opportunity to get on the hill, get that 12th point. But that 12th point is not there yet, and Mick definitely has a chance. It's more like it from Mick. That is what we expect from Mick Hill when he comes to the table, and if the finish is not there. I think he's going to be coming at this with pace. He is. It's a good hit. That is a legal shot. 7 made contact with the cushion after contact. Cue ball as well. Now this is exactly the opportunity that Mick needed. Yeah, it's not really going his way at the moment, is it? As long as he can keep phone at 11, there's still a great chance. We've seen him make these comebacks. We've seen him put together quite a few frames quite quickly in this match. He's always been playing from behind. Yeah, from that distance, playing it the way he was playing that with a lot of bottom outside English. That would have been one of the best pots of the match had that gone in. He's short. He's short on that. Looked like he was just about to start flowing again. Managed to check the cue ball nicely. Slow K. Yeah, I'm sure we all want to see Mick make a comeback and get back into this match. We've seen that he can. We've seen how quickly he can put together a few frames. And he gets a 7 point on the board. He keeps Fonement on 11. The score is 11-7 now in this race to 13.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
Winners break format will be Mick Hill to break now. In this 19th frame, he's down 11-7. Tell you what, it looks much better than 12-6. And once again, that looks like a dry break. It is. That is stripes in play from Fonement, currently 11-7 up. So far, 2 break-in runs, 3 rack-and runs from him. 1 break-in run, 3 rack-and runs from Mick Hill. Yeah, I'd still have to say, though, that Gareth Potts is the best non-Chinese player in the world. The stats prove it. He's the most successful international player to ever play this game. He's the only international player to ever win the Joy Grandmasters Finals, and he's won it 3 times, I believe. That is a title that Fonement is yet to get in his career. Now, how has he managed to miss the 13 to that bottom left corner pocket? It was the 12, my mistake, but how has he? He's got the 14 off the cushion after that, but completely took his eye off the pot there. And if Mick can find another clearance, this game can change very quickly. The winners break format can do that. He's played the 2-way to put the cue ball behind the 1. He hasn't got that. Now we are right behind the pocket for this 14. This is tough. It's a full table distance. Cue ball very close to the ball cushion. It's not there. What has he left? The 6 is definitely available. So there goes the 6, was not able to carom the 3 out into open play. You get the feeling that everything is a little bit tougher now for both players as we are coming to the end of this match. A frame ago, if phone goes 12-6, you're thinking it's all over. All of a sudden, Mick gets that 7th point on the board. It's 11-7. Phone misses. He's got another chance to get an 8th point on the board. Oh, Mick Hill, what have you done? What have you done? Well, he's done well to almost fix that problem. Managed to get rid of the 11. It's tied itself up to the black ball. Hope for his sake the black ball still does go to the bottom corner pocket. Yeah, from this camera angle, it doesn't look like it goes. Not from where the cue ball is currently. Now it seems like it is worth taking this 4 ball down to the bottom corner. He's going into the black ball at the same time. He doesn't get the pot. Yeah, this is an interesting scenario now because I don't even think Mick could get to the 4 ball with where it is at the moment. Potts mixed ball leaves the cue ball safe. Is there a gap between 11 and 13? And there we see it. There is a gap. It might just be enough for the potting angle. It might. And if Foneman's left the potting angle, then that's a mistake. Just overcut that. Yeah, we'll never know whether the potting angle was there. Yeah, fortunately enough for Mick, he hasn't left anything easy on the table for Foneman. Cue ball behind the 14, that's the plan. Yeah, the pot could go. Could definitely go. He's done well to try and stay on the black ball as well. And at the same time, once again, hasn't left anything relatively easy for Foneman. But you can see Mick is fighting. He's trying to get that 8 points on the board. He's trying to keep Phone at 11, not let him get to 12. Doesn't have an extension, used it already. Oh, this is close. This is close. What a shot that is from Mick. What a shot that is. 1, 2, 3 cushions coming around. Legal shot on the 7. I was going to say before that surely he's going to be leaving something easier for Phone on the table. But this is what he has. It's the 14 to the bottom right corner pocket. It's not there. Cushion first, it's not there. He's managed to cover it once again. Now looking at the layout, especially with the 14 being where it is, 12 towards the center pocket. How does Mick get out of this and leave the cue ball safe? Referee calls 10 seconds, no extension remaining. Yeah, wasn't really a way, was there? And he knows it also, if he could have kept, or if he could keep Phone at 12 or at 11, that was his way back into the match. Puts the pressure on by making it 8. Gets a good break, maybe makes it 9. At least give him something to think about. As Phone gets his 12th point on the board, he's leading 12-7 over Mick from the UK. Race to 13, winners break format. Phone will be breaking for the match. This is winners qualification as well in stage 2, so winner goes straight through to stage 3. Loser of this match will have to play again this evening in the losers qualification round. Currently on table 10, Arfan Dad is 9-8 up against Mohammad Reza Hassan. That has been a very, very tight match between those two. Good friends off the table as well. I see Jake McCartney on the hill, 12-7 up. Gareth Potts has won his match, secured his spot into the last 32, stage 3. Matthew Salt is 12-9 down against Enekbal Temujin from Mongolia. And that's cue ball in. It's another chance for Mikhail. There is no time limit on this match. Mikhail currently down by 5 points. A cue ball potted on the break means you have to play from behind the balk line and you have to play up table. Can't play any of the balls within the balk area. Straight away playing a very aggressive shot to go off the stripe. Almost didn't make it in, went off the inside jaw, and he hasn't got the cue ball that he wanted though. Which straight away is going to make things slightly harder. You can see he's having to bridge over the entire table. Over the 9 ball also. Yeah, using the spider rest. Not easy from that distance also. Look, with that first shot that he played, he managed to tie up 2 of the stripes for Fonement. That's the 10 and the 14 that he's looking at right now.
10秒。10秒。No more。5、4、3。犯规。自由球。
Yeah, it's not the easiest of tables. There's a little bit that he has to do. He's taken care of one problem, was the 10 ball with the ball in hand. Looks like he has to take the 11 first outside the center pocket to free that center pocket for the 12. Angle he has on the 9 to the center. What he could do here is actually run the cue ball into 14 and 7 and just nudge it out slightly. Guaranteed to be on the 15 that sits in the top right corner pocket. Yeah, I'm surprised that he's went through the gap. Left himself on the combination, 14 to the 15. Problem with this is you never know exactly where the 14 is going to go. See what I mean? It's going to have to do some more work to get the cue ball into the balk area. Purposely left himself low on this 12 to the center pocket to get the cue ball into the balk area. Anything but straight. Well, even if it is, got more than enough cue power to get the cue ball back for the black ball. To me, it looks like he might just have enough angle on this. does. Watch the 7. Oh my word. Oh my word. Yeah, this is a tough one. He's got to jump just a part of this. Oh my word. Oh my word, he's lucky the black ball didn't go in. Yeah, didn't take that finish seriously, did Fonement, unfortunately. He's opened the door once again and given Mick quite a good chance to get another point on the board. As I've said, no time limit. Things can always change in this match. He's tried to keep Phone away from the hill. Phone's managed to get to 12. But are we going to see Mick able to get back in this match? Nicely played. He didn't leave himself perfect on that. But he is going to be good on this black ball to the center pocket. And Mick gets his 8 points on the board. The score is 12-8. He's 4 behind with Fonement on the hill. And it is Mick to break now. He's 8-12 down. Pots the cue ball on the break. Yeah, cue ball straight in after contact with the pack. Once again, it will be ball in hand behind the balk line for Fonement. Has to play forward. Been a few costly errors from Phone in the last few frames. And every time he's made one of those errors, Mick has capitalized and managed to get back into the match. Oh, what a pot that is. That is an absolutely cracking pot. Managed to break up that bunch. Have a look at this. Oh, it got a kiss off the 2 on its way as well. That was not going in if the 2 wasn't there. That ball is staying on the table. He's managed to open things up though. Got the 5 to the 4 combination also going down the right side. Played that well. Played that really well. Purposeful control on the 5. Knew exactly what he was doing. Tried to release the 6 slightly there, which means from the 1 ball he's gonna have to get onto that 6. It's the only way. Now does the 6 pass into the center pocket if he gets the cue ball bottom left hand side of the table? Left himself the perfect angle on this 1 to get the cue ball where it needs to be. He's going to come around and have a look at that. So that's where he wants to be. That's where he needs to be. It's pretty much the only place where that 6 ball is potable from. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Did the cue ball have enough legs to get there? I think it just might. The thing is, he wanted to be playing this with a bit of pace to get the cue ball out, at least for the black ball. This is not a ball you want to be swerving in with a touch aside and getting stuck behind the 12. Was exactly what I was talking about. Touch aside meant you can't really move the cue ball. And there's the position on the black. It looks like it's there. Yeah, it's 2 frames in a row now. He's not perfect on that black ball, or he's slightly snookered on it. He manages to get it. Phoneman Cure takes his 13 point. He defeats Michael Hill 13 frames to 7. 2 break-in runs, 3 rack-in runs. That was a 4th. Michael Hill with 1 break-in run, 3 rack-in runs. Our next session will be at 2 p.m. This was winner's bracket, which means Mick Hill has another chance later tonight to qualify in to stage 3, the last 32. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events, and we will be back in about an hour for the Chinese group losers bracket qualification. Thank you guys so much for joining me from across the world, wherever you are, and I hope you are having a happy holidays as well. Thank you guys. See you soon.
八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，力摆文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边，与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一
限，是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛匠心之作。
一线赛事指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉洁等不例外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默写、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
业商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Espinosa.
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角，音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
跳课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，震红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选震红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，力百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕。以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。 老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可。 精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真。卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦抬弹，老鹰交边，与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦，沉淀；一线是专注，艺术；一面是缜密，智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。河北省天翼集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，
及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
提示，请选手在抽签之前把手机交到组委会。首先有请败部的胜者抽签。下面我念到名字的选手，请进场抽签。崔明居、35号孙鹏、34号唐春晓、38号冯泽元、36号陈哲、37号牛壮、40号郑肖怀、33号赵岩浩、39号。接下来有请胜部的败者进场抽签。下面我念到名字的选手，请进场抽签。刘俊言、37号雷毅伟、35号陈双友、39号孔德金、36号沈申义、34号周龙、38号王思诺、40号马良、33号。抽签仪式结束，稍后公布运动员比赛场地。下面公布一下运动员比赛场地：2号台冯泽元、孔德金，6号台崔明君、雷毅伟，10号台郑肖怀、马良，14号台陈哲、刘俊言，18号台孙鹏、沈申义，20号台赵岩浩、陈双友，28号台牛壮、王思诺 TV 台唐春晓、周龙，请运动员马上进入比赛场地检录。2号台冯泽元、孔德金，6号台崔明军、雷毅伟，10号台郑肖怀、马良，14号台陈哲、刘俊言，18号台孙鹏、沈胜义，20号台赵延浩、陈双友，28号台牛壮、王思诺，TV 台唐春晓、周龙，请运动员马上进入比赛场地检录。
中巴转动，世界球童。女士们、先生们，这里是利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式巴球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛国内组第2阶段败部第3轮33至40场的比赛现场。首先，让我们有请运动员、裁判员入场。2号台由冯泽元对阵孔德金，裁判员张月秋。6号台由崔明军对阵雷义伟，裁判员宋敏命。10号台由郑肖怀对阵马良，裁判员商凯。14号台由陈哲对阵刘俊言，裁判员徐锦言。18号台由孙鹏对阵沈申义，裁判员张毅。20号台由赵延浩对阵陈双友，裁判员傅依然。28号台由牛壮对阵王思诺，裁判员张梦蝶。TV 台由唐春晓对阵周龙，主裁判佘真真，助理裁判刘媛媛、杜立新。比赛即将开始，敬请期待。
Good day everyone and welcome back to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour. It's currently going on from the 25th of December to the 4th of January, proudly presented by Joy Billiards and Lieberwind Cloth. These are the proud sponsors of this event, and the equipment we are using as well, the Joy Q8 Golden Leg Steel Block Table, along with the Lieberwind 8848 cloth. Now, this is stage 2 of the Chinese group. Losers bracket is a must-win to qualify for stage 3. And on the TV table, we have Tang Shun up against Zhao Long. This is winner's break, race to 13. And as you already know, no time limit on these matches. However, there is a shot clock for the players. They have 45 seconds per shot, one extension of 30 seconds in a frame. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack from South Africa, and I'll be keeping you company throughout the rest of this tournament, right up to the finals, which will be on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time, and that will be a race to 23 in that final match. Now, Zhao Long has won one of these superstations before, 29 years of age, comes in with a lot of experience. Now, many of you guys already would know Tang Shunshao, trained by Zheng Yubo, winner of the Tianjin Superstation, also third at the Grandmasters Finals last year, 2024. Runner-up in one of those Grandmasters also to Zheng Yubo. Now she will be getting a 1-ball handicap in this match, so you would see when she is on a clearance that 1 ball does come off the table at the end. That is a handicap rule for Heyball. It applies to players under the age of 14 and female players when playing against male players. Straight away you can see how simple Zhao Long is making this look in this first frame. This is off his break, and I do expect to see quite a heated match between these two players. Black ball for the same pocket, very nicely done from Zhao Long. And the so far off his break, which means first frame, first break and run of the match. Zhao Long leads Tang Shunshao 1 frame to 0. Made light work of that, the Zhao Long. Quick break and run to start off this match, as he is 1-0 up now against Tang Shunshao. Doesn't get the 10 ball into the center pocket, and that is going to be a dry break, which means that we are going to get our first look at Tang Shunshao in this match. hampered by the 6 ball playing the 5. She's got to bridge over it. Makes that slightly tougher, but made that look easy. Now the 7 lands on the 2, but could even go into the 2 if she chooses to. Actually, the 2 is the ball that can come off the table. My mistake. She does get the 1 ball handicap, so no need to play the 2 ball. And for a second there, forgot about that 1 ball that comes off the table. I think it would be nicer if she was slightly higher on the 6. And she wouldn't have to really worry about bridging over the 10 as she might have to do now. Yeah, just slight elevation coming over the 10, but it should be all good. Two ball comes off the table. That's the handicap ball. She's on the black ball. And that is a rack and run for Tang Shao to get on the scoreboard. That's 2 frames played. 2 quick clearances from these players. And now, as you can see, if Tang Shao gets opportunities at the table, that's exactly what she does, and that's how quickly she does it. Looks to me like the level at which these players are playing at this match is going to come down to the breaks. Winners break format. Tang Shao to break in this 3rd frame. A lot of power in that. And that looks to be a dry break. Yeah, there's nothing in on that. Could see quite a few balls heading towards the top left corner pocket, but just the 4 staying outside there. Now can Zhao Long find a pot in this open table? Can't play stripe onto a solid, and pot is solid. Have to play, well, the ball that you touch first has to be the ball that falls. Did well to put that 4 ball. 3 actually went cushion first and then came off to glance the 4 in. A little bit fortunate there as well with the gap to pot the 3, but he has to be perfect with the cue ball. Yeah, perfect, something like that. Looks like he does have the gap to actually get the 3 now. And the straighter he is, the better, because that means he can get the cue ball back out. Yeah, this is beautiful stuff so far from these two players. Making it look way easier than it is. Gonna need the extension for the cue here. Cue ball is past the center pocket. You can see there's the extension on the cue. And that'll tell us that the 2 does pass the black ball. There we go, it does. The 7 doesn't, however. So he's going to have to take the 7 into the opposite corner pocket. Cue ball control at the moment from these two players is absolutely perfect. So far, one of the best standards I've seen on the TV table as Zhao Long takes his second point with a rack and run of his own. That's 3 frames, 3 one-visit clearances.
赛事指定排名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。立百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
Now this is the losers bracket on at the moment, so quite a lot of pressure on all the players playing. See who else we have in the losers bracket. We have Kong Dejing here as well, winner of the Division 1 tour. Li Yiwei also. Zheng Zhaohai. Shen Shenyi is in this losers bracket as well. Niu Zhang, winner of the Grandmasters finals this year, playing against Wang Senua. As I said, this match is going to come down to the breaks because these players are too clinical. The 7 should be in, it's not. Hand should go up for that. He's made the 11 of 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. Made the 11 into the bottom left corner pocket. Only real outlier on the table with stripes is that 9. That's in the balk area. He's low on the 9 also. Which means he has the angle to get the cue ball just off the cushion, just away from the cushion at least, into open play. Yeah, this is all about pace now, coming off the 12 to the center pocket. It's going to be a delicate clearance after this with those 3 stripes being the way they are. Yeah, it was 13 first to play the 14 next. Make sure there's an angle on the 15. And as you saw him lining up the black ball to the center pocket, that's pretty much where he needs to be for that. And it's there. Zhao Long takes his third point with another break and run. He's on 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run. Just 1 rack and run from Tang, Shun, Shao. 4 frames played, 4 1-visit clearances. So far, an absolutely perfect standard from these 2 players. Let's say we're going to be in for a very heated match, and this is exactly what I expected, this level of play. Zhao Long to break, currently 3-1 up against Tang Shun Shao. And the 2's in the center. He's got the ball in the center this time. This is going to be slightly tougher. I did see the black ball also look to be close to the cushion with a solid behind it. The black ball is free. It's the 6 that's on the cushion. We have the 11 on the left side also. And that's going to be stripes in play for Zhao Long. He's going to have to deal with that 11 ball, bottom left-hand side of the table. Then the 15 as well, the brown striped 15 does not go into the centers or the corners. It's just got 1 corner available for itself. Look, in this scenario, the 11 is actually not a bad ball to leave for last. If you are right behind it, just drop it in. You are on the black ball to the center pocket, so you're not having to work the cue ball. Yeah, that wasn't an attempt at moving the 11 at all. He's playing to roll that 11 down the table. Yeah, that had to go. And this is absolutely brilliant from Zhao Long. That is another break and run for him. He's on 2 consecutive break and runs, 3 in total. And so far, Zhao Long, there you see it leading 4 frames to 1 with 3 break and runs, 1 rack and run, 2 of them consecutive, which he's on currently. And just the 1 rack and run for Tang Shao. It's been her only actual proper chance at the table. She did break in the next frame. It was dry. And it's been one-way traffic from Zhao Long after that. Two balls in this time, one in the center, one to the top right corner pocket. And there's the 4 tracking to the center pocket, 9 into the top right. This a little more tougher now. This 2 must go. It does. Just had enough of the potting angle to take the 2 on. Yeah, it's hard to believe what Zhao Long is doing at the moment. The way he's going through these racks is absolutely unbelievable. 4th break and run for Zhao Long. That is his 5th point. 3 consecutive break and runs. And so far, we haven't seen more than that. We haven't seen more than that in the Super Tour. We have seen more than that in the Division 1. From Jing Zhaohai, we did see 7 consecutive. But so far in the Super Tour, I think that is the most we've had on the TV table.
过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。
After 6 frames played, the score is 5-1 to Zhao Long over Tang Shao. This is a loser's bracket qualification. Loser goes home, winner goes through to the last 32 in this tournament to play stage 3. Don't see a ball in this time. And that is going to bring his consecutive break and run streak to an end. So far, he's on 4 break and runs, 1 rack and run. 3 of them were consecutive. Tang, Shun, Shao on just the 1 rack and run, but this is an opportunity for her now. That solid's in play. Now remember, she does get 1 ball off the table. Stun that across nicely for the 5 into the center as well. Definitely going to need the extension on the cue for that. That cue ball is a long way down the table. And even that's still very long bridge hand. And this means that the 4 needs to go. We are right behind the bottom right corner pocket. Yeah, she wasn't perfect on the position though. That was the problem. Being sat in that chair for 4 frames can do that to you. And this is how easily you can fall behind in this match. Oh, that was off the inside jaw. Yeah, now the thing is, Tungsten Shao had an opportunity here. If Zhao Long makes the clearance, he goes 6-1 up. It's his break again. If he puts together another 3 consecutive, all of a sudden the scoreline is 9-1 in a race to 13. Yeah, and he doesn't look like he's making any mistakes anytime soon. Really, so far, 6 frames in, or this is the 7th frame, all he's done wrong is break try. No missed pots, no positional errors. Plays this game at such a high standard, does Zhao Long. Yeah, when he's at the table and there is a possible finish, you honestly don't see him not making it. As he lands on the black ball, this is going to be the first, what can be considered multiple visit frame, as he did break. Was dry, but cleared it after that. Gets his 6 point on the board. He is 6-1 up against Tang Shao. Yeah, this is a very fast pace from both these players. I think we started just after 2 p.m. after they lagged. And that's 7 frames played already in less than 30 minutes. And we do have another round of matches coming through at 5 p.m. That is the losers qualification from the international bracket. Michael Tomlinson against Lau Caden will be on the TV table later on today at 5 p.m. local time. That looks to be another dry break from Zhao Long. Would have been trying to keep Tang Shao in her seat as long as he could. Because he'd know how dangerous this player is and what she can do and how quickly she can do it. Now this is the 8th frame, so it means after this we will have a 5 to 10 minute player break every 8 frames. Now, best case scenario for Tang Shao is the score 6-2. Worst case 7-1, but it looks like it is going to be 6-2. Looks like she is most definitely going to capitalize off that dry break and get another rack and run on the table. The rack time 1 minute 50 seconds. That is the standard at which these players are playing at. So at 6-2, we have our first player break of 8 frames. 6-2 in favor of Zhao Long.
比赛专用提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名， 有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，唐冲小开球。
And we are back after that player break. The score is 6-2 in favor of Zhao Long over Tang Shao. That's 8 frames played in under 30 minutes. 7 one-visit clearances. We have 4 break-in runs, 1 rack-and run from Zhao Long, and the 2 rack-and runs from Tang Shao. This time she spotted a ball on her break. And with the way she's playing, she can close that gap up very, very quickly. And if you've just joined us and you are watching this frame, this has been the standard so far in this match between these two players. 6 ball comes off the table. That's the handicap ball. A break and run for Tang Shao. That is her third one-visit clearance. First break and run as she gets her third point on the board. The score is 6-3 in favor of Zhao Long. And it will be her break next. Now, if she finds her break, I think we are going to see quite a lot more break and runs in this match. This is a race to 13 for a place in the last 32. It's the loser's bracket qualification, which means it's a must-win or you do go home. We are live from Nanning City for the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour that you are currently watching, which started on the 25th of December and will be going up to the 4th of January, which will be the day of the finals at 2 p.m. local time. Race to 23. Really looking at the field, it's going to be a real cracker of a finals. Even the last 32 players left, that will be confirmed after tonight's matches in the international group. So you'll see that come out on our Facebook page. And this time, dry break from Tang Shao, which means she was not able to make those consecutive break and runs. It's a chance for Zhao Long to extend his lead. Yeah, caused a bit of problems. The one ball going in front of the 9. But as you can see, there's enough space for the 15 now. If he can use the 15 to go off the 1, that would be an option to clear the 9. Looks like he's choosing to go tactical though. Cue ball in behind the 3. He'd obviously know that Tang Shao gets one ball off the table. If she makes a clearance, it is the last ball. So to try and keep the frame safe, you have to make sure that there are 2 balls or more than 2 balls tied up, which is why he's got the 7 and 3 tied. It was not a pot attempt. And she's actually done well to tie up the 12 also. It means that gonna have some work to do on this table for both players. Now, of course, because it looks like there isn't a stripe potable, or she's tried to not leave one potable, that's why she's opened that up. do think Tang Shunshao is going to be ready to go for the clearance very soon. It's just the 7 ball. 7 ball is a bit awkward. You got the 5 down here also. Yeah, it's the first issue to deal with, the 5 just behind the 13. Releases the 5. Is it going to be potable? Has to play the 5-1 combination here to make this. Nice little piece of good fortune for her. She's been very fortunate indeed. That could have gone wrong. Now 3 ball is the ball that's tied up. That'll be the ball that she'll take off the table. With the black ball being behind the 7. She'll need to get very nicely on the 7, and looking at where the cue ball is, this is not going to be easy. Just going to be able to get line of sight on that 7. That's what it is. There you can see. I think she just has the potting angle. Three ball comes off the table. There it goes. She's on the black ball. And this is for her 4th point now, and she is making a comeback in this match. It's there. She gets her 4th point. The score is 6-4 after 10 frames played between Zhao Long and Tang Shunshao.
第11局，陶成小开球。
6-4 to Zhao Long over Tang Shunshao. It's her break. It is winner's break format. I have to say, with the break that she's using, there are sometimes a few clusters on the table which does benefit her. Because she knows Zhao Long needs the entire set of balls and she gets 1 ball off the table. Solids in play. Now Zhao Long had the early momentum in this match. He was really flying at 6-1 up. Tang Shunshao made it 6-2 before the break. She's won the 2 frames after the 8-frame player break as well. Now looking at the 4 ball that's next to the black ball, he's going to need to get nicely on that. Going to be right behind that 4 ball. You don't want to be going into the black ball unnecessarily, especially since it does go into the bottom corner pocket. Just figuring out his route from here. That's why he's taken a few extra seconds. He's on the 4, doesn't want to disturb the black ball, can play the 1 ball into the opposite center. Yeah, just roll it past. His pattern play and shot selection, very clean. When you see a player making it look that easy, it's usually because the way they go about the finish is most times the easiest route there is. And it's not necessarily easy, it's because they make it easy. Add to that exceptional positional play. And this is the result. Zhao Long takes his 7th point, and that is another rack and run for him. So he's on 7 points, and 6 of them have been 1-visit clearances. Tang Shun Chao on 4 points, and 3 of them have been 1-visit clearances. So over 90% clearance rate in this match thus far. So far on the scoreboard and on the match statistics, you can see that Zhao Long is dominating slightly. He's made a ball 5 into the bottom right corner pocket. He's off again. And he is more than halfway to the finish line now, is Zhao Long. Now, all the matches on at the moment are losers bracket matches, which means players that do lose are out of the tournament. And this is to qualify into that last 32 of the tournament. Kong Dejing, winner of the Division 1, currently playing. He's 7-1 down against Feng Zhuyuan. Chu Mingxun 4-all with Li Yiwei. And Jing Zhaohai, player that had 7 consecutive break-in runs on the TV table in Division 1. He's 8-0 up against Ma Liang, and that is with 4 break-in runs, 3 of them consecutive. Shen Shenyi is currently 5-2 up against Sun Peng, and Niu Zhang is 5-2 up against Wang Sunhua. This is the test of this frame. This 11 ball down the ball cushion. Plays that too well. Plays that too well. That ball doesn't even wiggle in the pocket as it goes in. And really, what he has to do here is keep Tang Shunxiao in her seat as long as he can. It's the only way. She is such a force to be reckoned with. Also scary in how quick she can change the scoreline. Now, can he find the gap between black ball and 7 ball? Does he run past the 7? Decides to go into the 7. That worked out well. And this so far is off his break. Looking for another break and run in this match is Zhao Long. And he's got it 8 points on the board, 5th break and run. He's got 5 break and runs, 2 rack and runs, as he leads 8-4 over Tang Shunxiao in this race to 13.
第13局，周龙开球。
12 frames played. Zhao Long leads 8 frames to 4 over Tang Shunxiao in this race to 13. The 5 should be in. It's a 13 on that side, the 3 also. Oh, he's found his break. He's found his break and he's found his queuing since the very first frame. This has been absolutely clinical from Zhao Long at the moment. I'd hate to say it, because I don't want to put a commentator's curse on him, but hasn't missed a ball yet that he's gone for. As Zhao Long, if he's played safe, he's played safe, but if he's gone for a pot, he's potted it. So far, 100% pot success rate when he's gone for it. Yeah, I think I'm to blame for that one, unfortunately, but wasn't in the best position was Zhao Long. And it's taken 12 frames for us to actually see the first mispot from Zhao Long. That's the standard that he's been playing at, but he needs to keep pushing because can't afford to open the door against Tang Chunchao. We saw how quickly she closed the gap from 6-1 to make it 6-4. Yeah, she gets the 4 in, the 7 doesn't need to go because currently doesn't pass the 12. So all she has to do is pot this, control the cue ball. She's on the black ball, 7 goes off the table. That's the handicap ball. And that quickly she has put the 5th point on the board with another rack and run that is off Zhao Long's break. Tang Chunchao gets her 5th point. She's got 4 one-visit clearances, 1 break and run, 3 rack and runs. Zhao Long on 8 points with 5 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. It wasn't the easiest table for him to make that clearance. Went slightly out of position, and it's cost him the frame. He's now only 3 points ahead of Tang Chunchao. Ball rattled into the top right corner pocket, but nothing in. It is another dry break from Tang Chunchao. And that's also been costing her because every time she makes a dry break, Zhao Long comes to the table, makes the clearance, and after that makes a break and run or 2 of his own. It's worked out quite well. Black ball though, very close to the ball cushion. However, he's got the connectors to get there. Yeah, that, unfortunately, that is the right shot to play. It's the 9. It's the hardest ball on the table, but that was the right shot to play, and you see why. Plays that, opens up the black ball even more, leaves the 15 as the connector. So many people would have gone for the 15. Then you do that, and then the finish gets more difficult and more difficult. Somewhere in the back of your head, you know the 9 was the right shot. but also not easy to make the right decisions when you haven't put in enough work in this game and you haven't practiced enough. When you come to the table, you have to know that you've put in a decent amount of time. Chinese players are putting in 6 to 8 hours a day. How many other players can say they're doing that? It's very tough to hold yourself accountable like that. And to know that that's the reason why sometimes you don't choose the right shot. And sometimes you end up making things a lot more difficult for yourself. Or at the moment, this is off Tang Shunchao's dry break that he's been making this clearance. Starting off with that pocket ball, then the 9, freeing up the black ball. The black ball's there, it's 9th point on the board and another rack and run for Zhao Long. He leads 9 frames to 5 over Tang Shunchao. He's got the 4-frame lead once again. If there's always one takeaway from watching these matches and commentating on these matches, it's the shot selection. It's the importance of taking the right shot. And most times we know what the right shot is. We know which ball we should play, but there's always that little bit of doubt that creeps in. And you tend to go for something a bit easier, which tends to make the finish harder. But if you watch these matches, they will take on the right shot no matter how difficult it is. Even if it's the opening shot, even if it means table over to the opponent, the right shot. It's always the right shot. He's made the 6, he's made the 10. And look at that break. He's not hitting them hard, he's hitting them right. The cue ball control, that is how you know when a break is absolutely solid. You get the spread like that, you get the control from the cue ball. He is completely in the zone at the moment, is Zhao Long. That solids in play. Would have liked to come slightly more past the 11. Yeah, that is very true as well. At this level, that applies to this level also. The only way to beat your opponent is to one visit clear. And especially playing against Tang Shunchao, you have to make a one visit clearance. If you don't, you're gone. Now, this is recovery. This was not the ball he played on. Not from there, at least. Recovery and back in prime position. The black ball stays open. It's going to use the natural angle of the 7 to take the cue ball up into the balk area. Play to land on the 3. He's going to use the 5 to get back down for the black ball. And at the moment, this is absolute domination from Zhao Long. He's got 9 points on the board, 8 of them 1-visit clearances, 5 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Absolutely perfect. It's going to be first to double digits in this race to 13 is Zhao Long. And that is his 10th point after 15 frames played. Zhao Long 10-5 up on Tang Shao. 90% 1-visit clearance rate.
第16局，中龙开球。
Now this time that looks to be a dry break from Zhao Long. Currently 10-5 up after 15 frames played. This is the 16th frame. We will have another player break after this. Went into the first player break 6-2 up with the 4-frame lead. Worst case scenario for him, it's the same. If Tang Shao gets her 6th point. Zhang Kungpeng is through to the last 32 already. He went through the winners qualification of the Chinese bracket. Zhao Ruliang got knocked out last night on the TV table by Zheng Zhaohai, 13 frames to 10. Nice pot from Tang Shao. She secured solids. Yeah, for her right now, she needs to get back in the match. So she needs to get this point on the board. After the player break, she'll be at the table breaking. It's the only way she can try and catch Zhao Long. So far, he's made 1 error if you don't count the dry breaks. But that's it, just 1 error. Jing Yubo is also out of the tournament. Chu Bingxie knocked out by Tang Shao. And this being a loser's qualification match means the loser of this also does go home. Yeah, that was a very, very risky move. Position has not worked out for her, going for that 4 across. Yeah, so that was a great opportunity for Tang Shao to get a 6th point. Really was. It's going to be a long road back for her, especially if Zhao Long gets this point on the board. We will have the 16-frame player break after this frame. It's about 5 to 10 minutes. And it's looking like it is going to be 11 frames to 5 in this race to 13. It is. Zhao Long puts another one on the board. 11-5 after 16 frames played. We will be going to 8-frame player break as Zhao Long leaves the stadium. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
比赛专用提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯，突破核心科技。 从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。
铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
暂停结束比赛，继续第17局，周龙开球。
And we are back after the player break at 16 frames. It is 11-5 in favor of Zhao Long. This is a race to 13. Zhao Long against Tang Shao. Losers qualification, which means that the loser does go home. Winner goes through to the last 32, stage 3 of this tournament. Stage 3 is the last and final stage as we go from 32 players down to 1 double elimination. Final, however, is not double elimination, so even if you have not taken a loss yet in the final, just one final will be played. So far, Zhao Long with 6 break-in runs, 3 rack-in runs. That's 9 one-visit clearances out of 11 frames. That is the level at which he's playing currently. And if he makes it through this match, wins this match and makes it into stage 3, I don't really see who can beat him if he continues playing at this level. But what he can't afford to do in this match is open the door for Tang Shao. We've seen how quickly she can change the scoreline, how quickly she can get a point on the board. have no idea how tough that pot was that he just made. Queuing over the corner jaws. Cut back into the top corner pocket. Blind pocket. If you are looking for information about this tournament, the live scores, the brackets as well, and the schedule, have a look at the WHT Facebook page. It's World Heyball Tour. Was posted, I think, about 20 hours ago. You should find it, or just slightly more than that. You'll find the links to the live scores and the brackets as well. So you can have a look at that. A lot more information about this tournament there. The schedule, some live pictures, and all the previous live streams also. Yeah, error from Zhao Long there, and this is what I said he mustn't do, is open the door for Tang Shunshao. With that ball in hand, honestly, I don't see her not making this clearance. Especially since the 10 ball is the ball that'll come off the table. Yeah, look at how quickly she's put this together. The 10 ball comes off the table. And that is 6 points on the board for Tang Shunshao. Yeah, she gets her 6th point on the board. That is another rack and run for her. She's on 4 rack and runs, 1 break and run. The breaks haven't really been working for her just yet. They need to start because Zhao Long is 1 away from being on the hill and 2 away from the finish line at 13 frames. Now this time she's potted a ball on the break. Straight into the 4 ball. How's the position after? It's okay, she's good. Now how costly will that mistake be from Zhao Long where he potted the cue ball? As you can see, it is actually very tight down there by the bottom left corner pocket. What an attempt that was. That was an unbelievable attempt. Would have never expected her to take that on, really. Never. Now has to use the 10 to pot the 4. At the same time, has to get the cue ball safe. Not exactly where he wanted it to be. But it possibly means that he will get another visit to the table. And he does. And there is an opportunity now. There is the combination 12, 15, 10, which goes to the bottom left corner. He's looking at the 11 also. The 11 must pass the 5 if he's looking at it. Look, if he can make something happen here, this is going to hurt because I think Tang Shun Shao thought she was on a break and run there. Just clipped the 5 on the way. It's not to be at that visit.
11号9贴库。
Referee telling the player that the 11 ball is frozen to the cushion. Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing well to get himself more visits at this table, that's for sure. This is a huge frame now. Massive. And we have our first player who has finished their match already in this race to 13. Zheng Xiaohai, 13-1 over Ma Liang. Unbelievable. 7 break-in runs, 1 rack-in run. Didn't even give his opponent a chance. And Zheng Xiaohai is through to the last 32. Zheng Xiaohai is the player that had 7 consecutive break-in runs on this TV table in Division 1. That was a pot attempt. That was a pot attempt, and there was a chance. That was a real chance for Zhao Long to get that 12 point. He's left the 2 open. She only needs 1 of the other solids on the table. She's going to open the pocket for the 5. Unfortunately, that 5 can't be played into that pocket from where the cue ball is. It's not there. Hit cushion first. That's way off. Now 17 frames played at the moment. This is the 18th frame. If we looked at this frame, I'd say 10 frames ago, I'm pretty sure Zhao Long would be taking on the clearance here. He's left a lot of the 5 open, while the entire 5 is open. So if this doesn't end up in, it's going to end up in the jaws of the pocket. Expected a little bit more from that. Didn't hit it cleanly enough. Yeah, good pot has an angle on the 9 to move the 12 also here. Problem is with moving the 12, you aren't guaranteed to be on another ball. Moves the 12, opens up the 7 also for Tang Shunshao. She only needs one of the remaining 2 solids on the table. But this is a huge frame, really is. It's for Zhao Long to get on the hill. Yeah, played into that really well. Got this to the center pocket. It's there, gets past the black ball. And now it's going to be to get the cue ball from the 13 to the bottom end of the table. Yeah, it's not perfect. Quite a lot of angle on the 10. It's going to be very difficult to hold for the 14 into the opposite corner. Which is why he's not holding. Look at this shot. Oh my word. Yeah, that is the best positional shot of the match. To go all around the table and be absolutely perfect on the 14. Unbelievable. As we said, the most important frame of the match thus far, and Zhao Long gets it on the board. He's on the hill leading 12-6 over Tang Shunshao. That's 18 frames played. Now why I say that was such an important frame is because there was a point in that frame where Tang Shunshao thought it was hers. We also did. It should have been her frame when she came to the table. But what a play from Zhao Long. The positional play on those last few balls, absolutely ridiculous. All he needs to do is make a ball. That's all he needs. The 5, no, it's not there. Now 12-6 down, Tang Shao at the table. There is no room for error at all. No place for mistakes. Everything needs to go. Everything needs to work. There is no time limit on this match. So one of these players have to reach 13. Almost lost the cue ball there, and that wasn't a clean pot, but she's still okay. She's on the 11 to the center pocket. As I said, there was no room for error for Tang Shao, not at all. The only thing I see that can save on this table is there is a cluster, 2 solids attached to the 13. But she's left Zhao Long on the 5, where you could use that as a connector to that grouping, or even play the 2 into the center pocket. Decides to go into them. Hasn't really been rewarded that well. But we've seen this before, where he has most of his balls on the table. Tang Shao with only 2 object balls left. He knows where to put the cue ball. He knows how to keep the frame tight. It's almost exactly where he wanted to be. He's left a piece of the 11, although I don't think that's the potting angle. I don't think it can go. But of the 13 available also. But doesn't look like there's anything she can actually do with this. Oh, there was something she could do. There was actually the potting angle available on the 11 was just enough. It's pretty much the only shot he had available to him. It had to go. It's gone. Because look at where he pushed the 13 to. At this level, all of these players are very capable of putting together quite a few consecutive break and runs. So there is no guarantee that you're coming back to the table. You could think 12-6 up, it's okay. You lose this frame, it's 12-7. What happens if Tang Shao gets 5 consecutive break and runs? She's on 12. You've been sat in your chair for 5 frames. That's also the shot most people wouldn't have taken in that situation. They've taken the 4, try and hold the cue ball, play on the 6, and then find their way back down to the 2. And then it's quite possible that you'd leave yourself a pressure 2 to get onto the black ball, rattle the 2, and you give the frame away. So far, this has been almost flawless, and that's all she wrote. Zhao Long wins 13 frames to 6 over Tang Shunchao. What a victory that was in less than 2 hours, I think 1 hour 40 minutes. Amazing, amazing quality from Zhao Long over Tang Shunchao. What a player. We are going to see him in the last 32 top 16 Chinese players go up against or open draw with the top 16 international players. That was the losers bracket qualification, which means Tang Shunchao has also been eliminated from the tournament, as she eliminated some big names as well. Chu Bingjie yesterday, but unfortunately for her, she was just not able to keep up with Zhao Long. He was absolutely flawless throughout this match. Really, really great standard. Our next match on the TV table will be at 5 p.m. local time. I think that is Michael Tomlinson up against Lau Caden. That will be on the TV table at 5 p.m. local time. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events, and we will be back in just over an hour's time. Thank you guys for joining us.
球俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，入